right. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be in time and space. Kinneas the SKYDUDE. SKYDUDE. One of many. Live stream 100. Live stream 100. Continuing south as far as we can go. Today we're going to be romancing the stone a little bit. I saw that Cartagena, where Joan Wilder was. Yeah, Joan Wilder? Right? You remember the movie Romancing the Stone? Cartagena, Colombia. We're going to go out of our way a little bit to swing up to Cartagena. We were in Panama when we landed. So yeah, like I said, we're going to take a little detour. Get our map back up here. There we go. Hope you're having a great day. So yeah, we landed in Panama City yesterday. We did the whole Panama Canal flight across here. So today, we're going to be making our way down to Colombia. And like I said, we're going to zip up here to Cartagena. And then just kind of pick random locations coming out here. I said I wanted to come by this place here, Jose Maria Cordova, since my last name, well, my mother's last name, Cordova. And then we're going to be jogging down here and coming this way. And I don't know if we're going to make it all the way today or not, but we're going to sure try. To Jorge Chavez International in Lima, Peru. So we probably better get started. I am in the Honda Jet today. Hey, there's Henning. Hey, thank you for tuning in, sir. Nice. Good. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you're feeling much better. All right. If anybody would like to join, log into Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I will add you to the group today. I'm going to go ahead and get started here. Got a lot of ground to cover today. So glad you're feeling much better. That's usually what helps me is ODing on the vitamin C. Especially when you're in college, you're so dang active all the time, man, and running yourself ragged. And even if you say, well, I eat healthy, you're just putting such a strain on your body at that age. Got all the energy in the world. What's going on here? We should have live weather. Can't be 7 o'clock in Peru. Real time. There we go. I do have Bush Talk Radio set up, so let me load this in here. And we are listening to Pretzel. All right, that's taken care of. Okay. All right, Panama, we are leaving. I'm not familiar with that. Gasoline. There we go. Should have plenty of speed to rotate. Come on. Up and at him. Up and at him. Come on. Up, 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 up. Up, up, up. Right. No copyright Madonna might show up in the playlist. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get some good Euro stuff going. Really love the buildings around here. I really like the spiral one here. And then that one over on the corner that we're going to pass here reminds me of, we'll fly by them. Reminds me of Dubai. One of the buildings in Dubai. So the spiral building here, just off to our starboard side, really amazing. And then as we come by the beach over here, yeah, it's a pretty famous building too. It does remind me of Dubai. All right. Yeah, we are going way too fast. We're over speeding. So let's get back into the cockpit. And let's get our auto throttle on. Hello, come on. Autopilot, auto throttle, nav. That'll slow us down. And let's get to at least probably 8 or 9, 10,000 feet. Oh, there's 13. All right, let's contact air traffic control and get cleared for the flight. Great. Boy, we are coming down. What's going on with you, plane? I wanted a flight level change up. Come on. The autopilot is engaged. Never trust an autopilot. Well, one, the plane isn't climbing the way it should. And instead of doing what it should, let's try to make it go here. Try to force it to go onto, and it's slowing down. What is going on with you? Now the auto throttle's not, it's pooping out on us, and we're dropping way too much. Okay, now it's speeding up again. This plane is going to kill us today. Come on, don't be misbehaving on our 100th episode. Come on, you. Yeah, we're losing speed. It's gonna stall out. It's trying to stall out on us. getting clearance from... There we go. Now it's building up speed again. Man, you got to keep your eye on technology. Everything should have just clicked in and done what it was supposed to do, and nothing worked right there after takeoff. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Henning, I think everybody has had scary times with autopilot. You never trust an autopilot. I mean, they're wonderful to use, and I love flying automated. After years of just flying without knowing anything about automation or how to use autopilot, now I just love it. I absolutely love automation. But again, like today, keeping an eye on it, trying to force it to do what it needs to do, making sure everything's working, and it's now starting to behave. We're on course. We're now climbing to our height, and we have picked back up speed. So she seems okay now, but man, that was kind of scary. All right. And we got a lot of cloud coverage today, so I'm going to use our superpowers. And I'm going to go ahead and change it to clear skies. I love flying with the weather the way it, live weather. But when we're trying to do kind of like a sightseeing tour down through South America, I would rather see things than just flying through clouds. We can do plenty of blind flying when we're back in Colorado. All right, so our flight plan is filed. And now that we have established that the plane seems like it's going to be okay, I can take my eye off it for a minute. We can go over to Bush Talk now and find ourselves. And zoom down and get any little audio tours of some of the stuff around here. So coming up in front of us, we have this.
Contadora Island is a Panamanian island on the Pearl Islands archipelago in the Gulf of Panama. Contadora is a growing tourist destination known for its remote location and secluded beaches. Contadora was the island where the Spanish counted the pearls that were harvested from the other islands in the archipelago, hence the name of the island, which means the one that counts in Spanish. The islands produced pearls of many colors and sizes, and during the many years when pearls were harvested from the waters around the islands, the natives would converge to Contadora to count their pearls and sell them to the Spaniards.
All right, so now we know where we want to go if we want to find some nice pearls. So count the Pearls Islands, huh? That took place all out there. Nice. Okay, what else we have here? So yeah, that's those islands right out here. Out here.
The 1621 Panama earthquake, also known as the Panama Viejo earthquake, occurred between 1630 and 1645 on the 2nd of May. It is considered to be the first documented violent quake in the Isthmus of Panama, with the epicenter at Pedro Miguel Fault, with a maximum Mercalli intensity of 7. The quake shook and partially destroyed the old Panama City, which at that time was a town of about 5,000 inhabitants. It left extensive damage, especially with buildings made of masonry which were partially or fully destroyed. Among the buildings that suffered total collapse were the council, municipal, barracks and prison buildings, and the house of the Judge of the Audiencia of Panama. The Convento de la Concepción and the Church of the Society of Jesus also suffered considerable damage, but were only partially rebuilt. The earthquake was preceded by a minor earthquake, which occurred between 9 and 10 a.m., and a small tsunami was reported by a witness, which flooded a street bordering the coast of Panama City.
That's sad. That was just right. I think that was here. That little place right there. So that's where that took place at. All right. Next we have, and that's on the other side of the Count Your Pearls Island, is this place.
Submarine Explorer is a submersible built between 1863 and 1866 by Julius H. Kroll and Ariel Patterson in Brooklyn, New York for the Pacific Pearl Company. It was hand-powered and had an interconnected system of a high-pressure air chamber or compartment, a pressurized working chamber for the crew, and water ballast tanks. Problems with decompression sickness and overfishing of the pearl beds led to the abandonment of Submarine Explorer in Panama in 1869. History. After construction, the Submarine Explorer was partially disassembled and transported to Panama in December 1866, where she was reassembled to harvest oysters and pearls in the Pearl Islands. Experimental dives with the Submarine Explorer in the Bay of Panama ended in September 1867 when Kroll died of fever. The craft languished on the beach until 1869, when a new engineer and crew took it to the Pearl Islands to harvest oyster shells and pearls. The 1869 dives, with known depths and dive profiles that would have inevitably led to decompression sickness, resulted in the entire crew succumbing to what was described as fever. Because of this, the craft was laid up in a cove on the shores of the island of San Telmo in the Pearl Islands. The submarine's rusting hull was well known to locals, but they had presumed it to be a remnant of World War II. In 2001, after many years of misidentification, the remains of the Submarine Explorer piqued the interest of archaeologist James P. Delgado of the Institute of Nautical Archaeology. Identification of the craft, with the assistance of submarine historians Richard Wills and Eugene Canfield, led to 4 archaeological expeditions to the Explorer in 2002, 2004, 2006, and 2008. Documentation of the Submarine Explorer has resulted in detailed plans, including interpretive reconstructions of the craft, scientific study of its environment and interaction with the surrounding water, bathymetric assessment, scientific analysis of rates of corrosion, and considerable historical research. Work in 2006 was funded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration through the Office of Ocean Exploration. The 2008 expedition was funded by the White Institute for Discovery of La Jolla. The vessel is now included in the Historic American Engineering Record of the U.S. National Park Service. A report from 2007 summarizes preservation options for the submarine for the Panamanian government and recommends the recovery, preservation and public display of the craft in Panama. Metal analysis confirms that the craft is in a critical stage and faces irreversible deterioration and loss. The Submarine Explorer is the subject of 2 documentary films. The first was an episode of The Sea Hunters that aired on National Geographic International Television in 2004, and the second, by Der Spiegel, which aired in Europe and in the US on the Smithsonian Channel in 2010.
All right. We should be making a turn here at any time. Actually, no. It looks like we're just going to go forward and then make a turn. There's a Spanish galleon out here somewhere. After we make our turn, let me zoom out a little bit. So along this route here, as we start heading towards Cartagena, Joan Wilder, it says there is a Spanish galleon San Jose. So we have a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and turn back up the music, and please kick back and relax and enjoy the sights and sounds. We're flying Kin Airways today, SkyDude Airways, episode, live stream number 100. So I've done lots of live streams and other videos. So as I was doing ones that were titled noob flights, and I don't mean any insult by that when I titled them noob flights, because I was a noob. I was the noob. I was commenting on myself when I labeled them noob flights. And it was an attempt as a noob to try to explain things on the level that I understand. I've had a really tough time learning flying. It's not been easy at all. It doesn't come easy to me. None of it has. From the landing in general, 2 years to learn how to land and overcome a fear of landing in a simulator. Isn't that ridiculous? That's how hard, to put a point on it, how hard everything has been for me to learn after that too. Like learning navigation, learning this, learning everything's been like pulling teeth. My brain just didn't want to get it. And when I finally started getting it, I got so excited. But I would watch all these flight videos and they would explain things to me that just, it's like, well, why did you explain it that way? You've made it so hard and I don't understand. And this, and then once I get it, I'm like, well, why didn't you explain it this way? And so I did a bunch of videos, again, with the title Noob Flights, to demonstrate that, okay, I get it. I'm learning the concept. But to try to explain it to other people that are trying to get into flight simulation too, and who may have been having a horrible time like myself, and just wanting to quit all the time because it's too darn difficult. So I'm very happy as I published all those noob flight videos and all my other tutorial videos, and you can find those on my channel under my flight simulator stuff. And the responses I got were fantastic. Exactly as I had hoped. I was getting responses from people saying, thank you for explaining it that way. I didn't get it and now I get it. Thank you so much. And I was so happy at the responses I was getting. And so if you are new to this and you really kind of like just dig watching the show, but you're struggling in any way, and if other flight videos don't really work for you, you got nothing to lose, right? Check out my channel. Check out any of the videos that I've got posted on any of the subjects, all kinds of subjects. Some of the earlier videos that I did are just chock full, just loaded and loaded and loaded with information. Yeah, please like and subscribe, and feel free to peruse all that, and I hope any of those can help you. Another reason is I was seriously considering, before like everything started getting too pricey, wanting to go at least take my flight lessons for real in the real world. And I wanted to be able to have a record to demonstrate to the people that I'm going to go get flight lessons from that I've been trying. I wanted to learn as much as I could before coming to you. And I wanted to put together a whole bunch of videos to demonstrate all the things that you're going to teach me. I want to be able to demonstrate that I get the concept. So serves a couple of purposes. All right, like I said, let me turn on the music and we'll chit chat through here and look for that galleon, or at least get the audio tour for that from Bush Talk as we get around the corner here. Thought I'd stick with the Latin pop today. That's pretty fast. It's almost like Latin pop ska. Little Mr. Bungle in there. So I don't do too much. Thought it was over. I picked up a new subscriber. Vic Perry. Oh, how awesome. Oh, Vic, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Put up a thank you in the chat room. Thank you to Vic Perry. Yeah, what an awesome last name. So I was saying I don't do too much instructions on these flights. I'm assuming most folks checking it out are already mostly advanced flight simmers. If you have any questions about flying, or there's something, any topic that you're particularly interested in, yeah, I would be happy to go over anything. It's not a bother in any way. So if you need help with anything, or there's anything that's you can't quite wrap your head about, I am so happy will be so happy to talk to you about anything to do with flying. I am so thankful that we live in an age where we have YouTube, because I did my best through the flight simulator years with the knowledge base and the lessons. I did my best to try to learn all that stuff, but there's so much more. I mean, there's just never ending with flying, what you have to learn. But I'm so thankful that I live in an age where there was YouTube, and I was able to just load up 24/7 flying lessons playlists and just watch all of these great video makers, pilots make some real world, a lot of simulator pilots giving lessons. So I've probably been at it pretty hardcore since about 2014. I go all the way back to Microsoft Flight Simulator, like 2000, maybe even the one before that. I remember playing some of them, but I just didn't know anything. I could, it was just more of like going over to somebody's house or my dad's and trying it out, but I wasn't serious. So around 2014, I finally, in the simulator, started overcoming my fear of landing. I couldn't stick landing for nothing, whether it was laggy computers or just not being able to see the ground when you're landing just terrified me. I didn't. By the way, once I started sticking landings and just practiced landings over and over and over and over, I got real happy and just wanted to then, okay, I'll do this. I'm going to learn this. And then navigation, VOR navigation. And after about a week of that, I'm like, I don't get it. I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid for this. I'm never going to learn how to fly. I'm just, forget it. I'm hacking it up. And then I told myself, well, that's just stupid and defeatist. Stick with it. Get on YouTube now that YouTube exists, and just don't stop watching videos on VOR navigation. Don't stop. Whether you understand it or not, eventually it'll just sink in through osmosis. And sure enough, one day it just, oh. And then I felt so stupid because it seems simple. Like, what the heck took you so long for the brain to figure that out? Why did you have a block? So I convince myself sometimes that stuff is too difficult and I make it harder than it is, or become terrified of it. So then I was learning flight planning, understanding METARs, everything else that comes with it. Just doing all my solo hours, trying to follow everything. Then Flight Simulator X for Steam came out, and I picked that up and started really making sure I went through all the lessons. Yeah, I loved all the Rod Machado stuff. That was amazing. And then Microsoft licensed the engine. Well, after they licensed to Dovetail Games the ability to release Flight Simulator X on Steam, then Dovetail released Flight Sim World and Flight School. And if you're thinking or saying, I've never heard of that, Kinneas, I never heard that Dovetail Games released Flight School or Flight Sim World, and I almost think you're lying because I'm out here on Google. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. You're not lying. It's there on Google. I was trying to find it to buy. It's not available. That's right. Microsoft, when they decided that they were going to bring back Microsoft Flight Simulator, they had the power to make Dovetail Games pull Flight School and Flight Sim World off the market. I wouldn't have done that personally. I would have let everybody continue flying with that and messing around with it until Flight Simulator 2020 came out. And since they weren't going to produce any more, I would have had everybody get trained up and then come on over. Anyway, if you were one of the lucky ones to purchase Flight Sim World, chances are you got Flight School for free. And if you owned those titles on Steam, you never lost them. They're still there. I can load up Flight Sim World and I can load up Flight School. So I have access to them. And I've made a lot of those videos, the training videos, available on my channel. So if you want to see what would have happened, this is a what if. What if Microsoft decided they weren't going to release Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020? What if? Well, then we would have stuck with Dovetail. They would have stuck with Dovetail. And we would all be either in X-Plane 12, 11, 12, or chances are we would be in Dovetail's Flight Sim World. And it was amazing. And the plane models were amazing. And it was really beautiful. And it was a work of art. And it's too bad that that it's not out there for them to get the credit for the achievement that they pulled off. And so I'm here to at least remember them and raise my glass to them and say, folks, you did an amazing job. If there was no Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, I would be gladly playing and flying in Flight Sim World. Your stuff was amazing. Your missions were so much fun. You nailed it. You nailed it. In a lot of the ways, I mean, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is the bee's knees. I love it. It's a work of art. It's historic. But in a lot of ways, you provided things that they still haven't. You did it right. Cheers and thank you. Thank you, thank you. So much fun. One of these days, I should probably go back and do one of those. Let's check out Flight Sim World in 2024. See what it was like. Fly around in that one, do a whole bunch of SKYDUDE missions in that for a while. I think you would have been very impressed. Alright, let's find out where we're at. Since we're crossing and moving over the water. Oh, okay. I'm going to see if air traffic control wanted us at any particular altitude. If not, I think I'm going to come down. They wanted us at 12. $2,992. We don't have to adjust that. Cool, they'll give us 6,000 feet. We won't test the air traffic control today. If there's a mountain in the way, we're going to get out of the way. Alright, so let's come down to 6. There's 6. Flight level change. All right. The Honda is behaving properly and has begun our descent down to 6,000 feet. Thank you, Honda. Vic Perry has subscribed. I said that was an awesome last name. Well, one of my favorite singers is Steve Perry. I know that Perry is a common name. And Vic is probably not related to Steve Perry. Maybe he is. Anyway, Steve Perry, man. One of the greatest singers ever. A GOAT, as they say. Greatest of all time. And as far as I know, just never had a flame out or, like lost his voice. I don't know about anything new or recent that he's done. But at the time that he ended his tour with Journey, he was singing better than he ever had. He was in his prime. Powerful, powerful, powerful. We're not on course to hit that. We're going to turn though still, right? Yeah. Sounds very Santana-like. Santana-esque. Right. Oh, I was right about a lot of those tracks in yesterday's live stream. Yep, YouTube didn't like them. I have to go through and edit and mute them. A couple of them turned off monetization altogether. And I've got to edit them all out. I could really use some subscribers, folks, and some more help. Brad Sucks. That one, I asked them all to share. That one's going to share. So that's awesome. The Jackalopes. Magnitude is blocking that one. That's awful. It's still editing. Trying to trim out another one. All right, well, we'll get back to that later then. So we are now in Colombia. We're crossing into it. I saw a headline today. A lot of the immigrants or migrants that have come up into the United States, they're saying, it's too darn cold. Why did we come here? We told you you're leaving heaven on earth. You're moving from places that you should never give up. You're moving from countries that are so beautiful. You just need to, if it's the government, then you've got to work it out. Pause for a minute, 45 minutes after the hour, and do a little bit of rant about that. As I travel south, all I see is wonder and beauty and, and I know that, again, people are like, well, they're fleeing government persecution and this and that and this. Look, whatever you got to do to get things squared away down there, get control. Because you're literally leaving heaven on earth. They've got the world, everybody else. We're all under tyranny and lockdown. And they've got us right where they want us. And we've got to get our crap under control as well. Because they've managed to turn the land of the free and the home of the brave into a police state. And they're just making life hell on everybody. And Congress over the last 247 years has taken away every shred of prosperity that we've had. Okay? So now as I'm flying south and learning a little bit about these countries and, but everybody's fleeing to the United States. Don't! I know it's so much easier said than done. Fight for your countries. And realize that for a while still, you were living under the same conditions that we were when things were super prosperous, where there wasn't government in every aspect of everything in your life. You all have the opportunities to still create some of the best countries in the world and become superpowers and just get it together. But I mean, you have all the land that is heaven on earth. Still. So you should not be fleeing to the United States. And the last thing you want to do is flee to the United States and help perpetuate its downfall. We don't need enemies. Or bringing whatever problems your government's had down there and voting the same way once you get here. The best we can all hope for is that all of you folks, any of you folks that are coming up from these South American countries and elsewhere, if you're coming to the United States, help us fight. All I can say is I don't want to tell people how to vote, but, I would say please avoid being Democrat. Because they are mostly responsible for a lot of our problems. But I'm not going to blame them solely. I'm just going to say, right now it's probably not a good time to... they're forcing us into democracy, and I know that sounds stupid. Like, oh my God, what do you mean they're forcing you into democracy? Isn't democracy good? Ask history. Is democracy good? Has democracy served civilization well over time? Throughout history? No. I never thought I would say that growing up. No, they had us believe that democracy was the highest form of government that there was, that served the people the best, that historically has always brought the most prosperity and lawfulness and reached the highest levels of civilization. I'm sorry to tell you, if you believe democracy is it, you are wrong. The republic form of government historically has always brought higher civilization, the greatest prosperity, and the greatest civilization advancements. Right, so in the United States, we started out as a constitutional republic. And reached great levels of technological advancement, and look at the way we spread out, and look at what we did. Right? So now you've got everybody running around today saying, our democracy, our democracy, our democracy. Well, your democracy throughout history has always led to the next thing is anarchy, and then empire collapse, government collapse, empire collapse. So folks, yeah, democracy isn't the highest form of government. It leads to anarchy, which leads to collapse. All right. So I know it sounds good, and everybody's out there, our democracy, our democracy. If he wins, our democracy is shot. Good. Because they know exactly what they're saying. They are not saying we need to preserve our constitutional republic as our founders intended and get back to great prosperity and growth. Right? They're socialists, they're Marxists, they're communists. And all we can do is, at this point, is rely on the fact that we still have history and knowledge, and we can say, please, look at history. Look at the governments that have done well, and look at the governments that have failed. And what caused those governments and empires to fail and fall? And there is a common theme, and it's liberals. We talked about that earlier, that there are certain archetypes in the human condition that don't change. There are certain types of people. The human condition doesn't change. Human personalities don't change. The human condition, humans have remained the same the entire time. But people with certain human conditions that are their certain personalities. When the majority of certain personality types gain power, everything goes to crap. And we need to really strongly avoid that. So, again, the best I can hope for is that all these people fleeing from the South coming up into the United States, that they're going to help us restore the United States to the constitutional republic that it is. We've deviated. So they have got you to believe, most people to believe, that the idea of making America great again is a white supremacist thing. Republics and constitutional republics, well, slavery was a thing, and there's nothing I can do to change that throughout history. But the republic form of government, again, has proven to be the strongest and the one to help everybody out. So the idea of making America great again, back to the point. For some of us, it has nothing to do with white supremacy, racism, da-da-da-da-da. That's all constructs from socialism and Marxism and other isms. And greed and envy, especially envy, is part of human nature. And it sucks that those people have never been able to keep a civilization going. They just can't. They've never done it up to this point in time. Thousands of years of history. Whenever the liberals get control, they destroy everything. Seriously. Back to the very first civilization, one of the greatest empires on Earth, the Empire of Sumer. And reading their histories, the poets asking the question, what happened to your great gates and your waterways and your highways? So it kind of goes like this. With them, they let people in, like the border situation. Uncontrolled access to the empire. And the liberals screamed, open the gates, open the gates, open the gates to everybody, meaning everybody should enjoy the prosper that Sumer had to offer. But they let everybody in, but those people weren't willing to fight for it and to keep it. And Sumer collapsed. History does repeat itself. It may not be the exact same thing, like, well, you're comparing the gates of Sumer to the southern border. It's the same thing. If you're inviting in people that don't want to fight for the nation that they're coming to, that they're running to, and they don't understand what made America the country that they wanted to flee to in the first place. Then you're not helping. You're only speeding up our demise, and you're giving power to the people that don't need to be in power right now. We've got to do something. I'm so disappointed. After 247 years, we keep electing people, and our structure of government is to put these people into Congress every couple of years, and they get in there and they're like, we need to make laws. We've got 247 years worth of laws. How many more laws do we need? You've, again, managed to destroy every bit of prosperity we've ever had. You know, now we have $20 Big Macs. They're like, don't say it's that's. It's not that's anything. It's because of you directly. It is because of you, people in government. What you've done has nothing to do with what we've done. You have caused all of our decline and are causing all of our hardships today. Now that may seem like socialist, communist kind of stuff. Well, what do you mean? What are we going to do? I don't know at this point. I know that we have history behind us, and I know that we have that we should return to a constitutional republic and fight for it. But now that we're in the 2024, I mean, it can't be like the final thing. Like, there must be a way. We've got to rethink government in 2024. Still retain a constitutional republic, but how do we then again? We're still there. Well, they're like, we're a democratic republic. Well, fine. I don't mind adding a little bit of democracy into it, but maybe digitally. In the past, we had to send people to Congress and Washington to do our bidding because we couldn't spend. Well, first of all, we couldn't afford to spend 3 months to travel across the country to get to Washington. And then we couldn't afford to stay in Washington. So we had to send representatives who could go there to again, represent us. But now we have real-time instant communications, satellite communications. And we can now represent ourselves in government in a more direct way with the left swipe or a right swipe. Why do we need to send these people to represent us at all anymore? When they get there, they completely betray us anyway. And now we've got all this history to prove it. We know that they're corrupt as hell. Everybody we send, how many people ever, out of all the people that we send every year, how many of them actually do what you've sent them to do? Once they leave and they start getting power, they don't care what we want. They get in there and they make laws for themselves and they give themselves pay raises. And I mean, shouldn't we be the ones deciding if they get pay raises or not? Wouldn't that be great? You get to go to your own job and vote yourselves pay raises every couple of years. Massive ones too. And then living off the grift, and you don't have to pay for anything because the taxpayer's paying for everything. I mean, wow. No wonder they all become millionaires when they were never supposed to. It's not a job you're supposed to be able to get wealthy from. You're serving your nation, and you're a servant of the people. And it's just not that way at all anymore. So I wish us all luck, and I wish all of you people from South America, as we're flying down here on our way to Cartagena, fight. Heaven on earth, folks. You've got heaven on earth. And you're at a time where your governments are, and with the exception of some places, are still so small. And there's not the government just choking you for everything that you do. Heck, most of us want to leave. First time in my life, I've thought, I want to pack it up. I want to head south. Some of these places I've seen down in Mexico are so beautiful and majestic. Like, yeah, but the Mexican government and da-da-da. I don't know that I care. Whatever you want, I don't care. I'm a guest in your country. I'll help you fight for whatever you want to make of your country. But please let me live here. We've got so many people that are coming here and trying to, especially Islam, and I don't want to be too divisive. But America was supposed to be land of the free, home of the brave, and, you know, no religious persecution. And that's fine if you're here with your religion and you still admire what our founding fathers wanted to do and help us fight for America. So by 1790, everybody knows about 1776. But by 1790, which is just a couple of years later, unanimously, that's very important that I stress that word, unanimously, they decided that Islam shouldn't really be allowed in the United States. They said, we're really sorry. You know, we would love to be a country that embraces everybody. But you folks don't want to. Your whole goal and mandate and drive is to make the world Islamic. And that is counter to everything that we want to create here in the United States of America. And historically, everywhere you go, you play the nice guy until you have sufficient numbers to take over. And even today, in every country that they're in, you see that that's exactly what they're doing. They're doing the same things they've been doing for hundreds of years. They play the long game. But people have been smart enough to realize that that's what they're doing. Our founders realized that's what they're doing. And they said, we can't allow you to come into the country unless you pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
Santa Cruz del Islote is a tiny coral island and one of the smallest in the archipelago of San Bernardo off the coast of Colombia. It is only 2.4 acres in size, yet it's home to 1,200 people. That's a population density 4 times that of Manhattan. But Santa Cruz del Islote is no Manhattan. There is no running water or sewage system. Electricity runs for just 5 hours a day from a generator, and fresh water is dropped off by the Colombian Navy once every 3 weeks. It can be accessed by ferry from the port of Tolu. The inhabitants have to use neighboring islands as cemeteries and recreation grounds, and they work elsewhere, off-island.
It sounds horrible, but, you know, for the people living there, they probably love it. And again, with all the new generators and technology coming along, solar generators, you see all those new ones. I mean, they're going to eventually be super happy. They'll have enough power. They'll get running water. They're now making, let's pull water out of air machines. I mean, we live in exciting times to where even the most third world people will have the ability to get a hold of technologies that can completely change their lives and, you know, allow living in a place like that without much hardship. All they've got to do is avoid what we've been talking about and allowing crappy governments to come in. We've got to get a control on our governments, folks. So back to Islam, they unanimously decided that we should keep Islam out as long as possible. And the Democrats, in their wisdom after 200 years, said, oh, come on. It's been 200 years. We can let them in. Everybody should let them in. They're good people. And people are people, and I don't want to say everybody, but for the most part, everywhere now that the Democrats, the liberals have changed minds and allowed Islam to come into Western countries. they're doing the same thing. They're creating civil unrest. And when they get large enough, they start imposing Sharia zones. And they dominate. And so, wow, we've got to really be careful. Nobody wants to be a racist, but nobody wants to be a victim either and be played by a group of people, either feel guilty or whatever, to allow them to operate when they ultimately, their goal is the destruction of our ways. That's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that they got to be that way. So who, if you're watching the news, won really big in Iowa last night. And the hatred that I'm seeing on social media today against people that want to ensure that we return to a constitutional republic. And that we start reforming government. That's so funny. Prior to 2016, we could all agree that we need to get a hold on our government. We need to get a grip on our government. They're out of control. And then finally we start getting candidates who want to do just that. No, now you're white supremacists and you're racists, and you people are unbelievable. And now I'm seeing comments coming in from all over the world. America really is stupid. They're gonna vote for what's his face again, and Americans are really stupid. You have no idea. Well, one, you have no idea how stupid we are, I guess. But we're fighting to keep our constitutional republic. Since the 60s, especially since they the Democrats, when they got a supermajority by 1974. And a supermajority is super powerful, of course. When you have control of both houses of government and the White House and a supermajority, they just started changing laws like mad to entrench themselves and whittle away at the constitutional republic. So in 1974, the first thing they did when they achieved supermajority was removed, again, immigration laws, which started allowing people hostile to the United States of America to start immigrating in. Oh, what can a few hurt? And then they're like, now you're being too hard on communists and everybody else. Remember all that McCarthyism and stuff? Well, McCarthyism started a long time before Joseph McCarthy. Again, in ensuring that we remain a constitutional republic, we created certain bodies in the government that were firewalls to keep things on track. And one of them was the House Un-American Activities Committee. Right? Our founders said, we want you to do this and this and this, but please don't do this and this and this, because if you do these things, you're gonna ruin it for everybody. You're gonna move us too far away from constitutional republic. So please don't do these things. Those are very anti-American. And people would like to tell you today that anti-American, that means, well, they want to impose white racism and Nazism back on the United States and this and that and this. Folks, again, it has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with colors, mostly, But there are certain things that are un-American. Right? So the first thing they did is they abolished HUAC. They didn't want anybody calling BS on people who were engaged in un-American activities. And that immediately allowed those hostile to America to re-entrench into Hollywood. They were all self-deporting. So when we had HUAC and other things in place, they couldn't just do whatever they wanted. And in a lot of cases, they're like, crap, man, the Americans they're just too patriotic. We can't do this. We can't operate. And so they would just leave. And self-deport. You can see a lot of that in fictionalized in certain movies like Hail Caesar, or even things as cool as like The Rocketeer. You remember the movie The Rocketeer? You had the German spies operating in Hollywood and other communist groups. And The Rocketeer uncovered the German spies operating in the country. So the Democrats have allowed our enemies to re-entrench, and then they re-entrenched into education. And look what they're doing with our kids today. That should just make you sick. The Democrats allowed the Kinsey Institution to affect policy. Now it's sickening, some of the things that they're trying to normalize today in the United States of America. And they're doing it to appease people of other religions that just, again, anti-American. It's unfortunate if your religious practices are un-American. I'm sorry. It's not racist or anything else. It's just, you might want to rethink why you're such crappy people. Don't talk about our religion that way. Not my fault you're crappy people. That your religion is also anti-American. So, you can shove it. And shove your religion right up your wazoo. Now I'm starting to get into controversial topics and you can get my live stream banned, so I'll just kind of stop right there with all that. We're getting close to Cartagena, Joan Wilder. What adventures you had down here. Oh, cool. Show you my little friend. What a great movie Romancing the Stone was. Look at those choppers, Ralph. Remember that guy? Hilarious. Great film. Jewel of the Nile wasn't so bad. It was entertaining. But Romancing the Stone was really it. So I believe we're here I think we're at Cartagena. Yeah, we're making our turn. Now we're going to be starting our way down into, down through Colombia, possibly skirting Ecuador and going into Peru, hopefully. Let's see if we can make it today. "14 minutes. A lot of talking. God bless America. Our religion isn't anti-American. We can render unto Caesar.
ese cuello suavecito. Y no te pares, baila, mueve la cintura. Dale así, dale así, dale así. Todo el cuerpo, dale así, dale así, dale así. Sigue a menear, sigue a menear. Todo el mundo abajo, sigue el ritmo y bailar. Reggaeton, y no te pares, baila, mueve el cuello, no te pares. Y no te pares, baila, mueve la cintura. Dale así, dale así, dale así. Todo el cuerpo, dale así, dale así, dale así. Sigue a menear, sigue a menear. Todo el mundo abajo, sigue el ritmo y bailar. Todo el mundo loco baila reggaetón, loco baila reggaetón, loco baila reggaetón.
You're right. 19 minutes after the hour. Let me pause there. But you only played a couple of songs, man. What are you doing? Time for the smoke break. And this plane is doing so wonderful since takeoff. It didn't start so well. But let me join you back here. Smoke break. And we did find out that this thing's got a lavatory. Never really looked behind the wall before, but yeah, there's a little bathroom back here. And actually, there's more space back here that we could use for our drinks. We got all this stuff. I would open all this up for our bar, snacks. But anyway, it's time for the smoke break. Click on the ventilation. Do. Yeah, and I want couches. Seats are just too, I don't know. I like couches. Expect everybody to be lying around. I gotta figure out a laying down seatbelt. Anyway, let me grab my smoking stuff here. I don't think it YouTube had a problem with my smoke break one. I was playing clips from old radio stuff that I used to do yesterday. And for the for smoke breaks on TrekRadio, I used to run this 420 bit. Oh, I like this one. I forgot this one.
This show brought to you by Migach. I'm replicating that.
Play that.
Hey-ho, you're listening to the 420 show. It's not easy being green. Yay!
Don't remember who made that one. Da-da-da-da-da.
It's time to puff puff pass. You're listening to the 420 show on TrekRadio.
Please don't think unkindly. I don't have many vices in this world. This is still one of them. I still like to smoke. And thankfully, I'm in a state that doesn't mind. Now, it's not for everybody, and I'm not going to advocate. But Some would say, well, Kinneas, that's un-American. I don't know. George Washington might feel differently. At one point, hemp was it was illegal not to be growing it. It was such a needed resource in the development of the United States that everybody had to grow it. Right. And then there's the whole biological receptor thing, like, well, how can we have something in our body that's specifically for it? Like, well, we don't know enough about it. But we were talking about ancient Sumer a minute ago, the world's first major civilization in ancient Sumer, and they have documents on it. So medical documents, right? Every empire from ancient Sumer up to today has medical documents on it. And here we are when things started changing. Let's go back to like 2016. And you've got medical authority, people that are supposed to be experts in the subject of, saying, well, we just don't have enough medical knowledge to say yes or no on the subject. Really? Medical documents on one particular plant all the way back to ancient Sumer, and you don't have enough information yet? What kind of expert are you? That's the problem these days. People believing that they're experts when life is so short. Who can be an expert on really anything? You just have more knowledge than on a particular subject. You're just a specialist. We put too much power in people. There's no such thing as an expert. Definitely no such thing as an expert on everything. Crazy. Well, that took the edge off.
Eres el sueño de mi vida y más profunda fantasía que en mis cuentos construí. Eres el ángel que me guía, mi respiro ante la ira, mi compañía preferida. Quien complementa mi alegría.
Oh, I forgot to do the bush talk stuff.
Mis buenas noches, mis buenos días. Solo tú eres el regalo más preciado de mi vida. Eso eres tú lo que mi alma necesita. Y es que tú te convertiste en mi persona favorita. Mi conciencia, tú la razón de mi existencia. Mi compañera, mi vida entera. Mi mundo entero, eso es. Con sorpresa te encontré cuando en mi vida te añoré y hoy camino de tu mano. Todos mis miedos superé y mi alma entera completé por tenerte a mi lado. Y es que extrañarte le temía y a pesar de eso mi amor crecía, pues al escucharte la distancia se olvida. Solo tú eres el regalo más preciado de mi vida. Y eso eres tú lo que mi alma necesita. Y es que tú te convertiste en mi persona favorita. Mi conciencia, tú la razón de mi existencia. Solo tú. Solo tú eres el regalo más preciado de mi vida. Eso eres tú, lo que mi alma necesita. Y es que tú te convertiste en mi persona favorita, mi conciencia, tú la razón de mi existencia. Mi compañera, mi vida entera, mi mundo entero, eso eres.
Just taking a moment to look over all the landmarks in the area. That's a trip. Gold. La 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 la. You ever heard about that show Alone? Been running for a while on History Channel. Have you ever thought to do something like that?
Par de tragos, ey. Después bailamos, me tiras besos como si nada. Ten cuidado que esta noche nos matamos. Como lo mueves una máquina. Si me dice dale papi está bien guía. Que no pare hasta abajo toda la noche más. Hasta abajo que no pare toda la noche ya. Cómo se mueve, me mata con su booty, no hay nadie que la pare. Cómo se prende, se pone bien bellaca solo con una mirada. Si alguien nos ve, yeah, ¿qué dirán de ti? Bailándome así, contra la pared, yeah, rozándome a mí, pégate hacia mí. Hey, chica pam pam, chica pam pam, chica pam pam, bayo. Dime lo que tú quieres, dímelo. Chica pam pam, chica pam pam, chica pam pam, bayo. Deja el trago y dale, vámonos. Vamos y llegamos a otro lado. Nadie que nos para esta mañana que le damos. Nos perdemos en otra botella. No me importa lo que digan, no me importa lo que vean. Con un par de besos les pido que no pare. Rozando cuerpo a pecho, el mahón solo guaye. Mira cómo se pone bien suelta, bien loquita, bien bellaca la mamita, cómo se mueve, me mata con su booty, no hay nadie que la pare. Cómo se prende, se pone bien bellaca solo con una mirada. Si alguien nos ve, yeah, ¿qué dirán de ti? Bailándome así, contra la pared, yeah, rozándome a mí, pégate hacia mí. Chica pam pam, chica pam pam, bayo. Dime lo que tú quieres, dímelo. Chica pam pam, chica pam pam, chica pam pam, bayo. Deja el trago y dale, vámonos. Alguien nos ve, yeah, ¿qué dirán de ti? Bailándome así, contra la pared. Chica pam pam, bayo. Dime lo que tú quieres, dímelo. Chica pam pam, chica pam pam, chica pam pam, bayo. Deja el trago y dale, vámonos. Vamos.
Minutes after the hour, live stream number 100 for Kinneas the SKYDUDE. I didn't want to keep using the title Noob Flights for my live streams or videos, and I wanted to move on to something else because I really couldn't consider myself a noob when well, yeah, I haven't done it for real, but having been at it since 2014. And then after producing training videos on many basic flight topics, having demonstrated that I can do all of that, I can't consider myself a noob. So I wanted to create a new series and have a little bit of fun and try something different. And so I created the origin of Kinneas the SKYDUDE. After being bitten by a radioactive bird, yours truly, T. Tuthill, felt compelled to become Kinneas the SKYDUDE. Now, the name Kinneas, it's a name I've been using online since online became online. Yeah, that's how old I am. I have been using the screen name Kinneas since online became online. What do you mean? Well, when did online become online? Well, there was Prodigy and America Online, right. And prior to that, was there online? Well, yeah, we had bulletin board systems. Right. You mean you've been Kinneas since bulletin board systems? Yes. And I didn't want there to be any confusion over the years as to who I was, and I thought that Kinneas was an actually unique name. And now it's not. I mean, it's actually a name used in a Final Fantasy, and I believe that they stole it for me. I believe I'm the archetype for that. as I was online on the AA servers that were open to Square for ideas for their Final Fantasy games. So I was directly involved at the time, heavily involved. And then all of a sudden they create a character named Irvine Kinneas, which had a lot of my mannerisms. But I was kind of an actor at that point, and I had some really neat technology. Like a belt. It started out with a ring of blinking. It's a long story. But I had an item that would allow me to change my appearance with a tap of a button and a thought. All right. By tapping a button to make it complex again. Doing it's reading mental. It's reading what I'm doing mentally, what I'm thinking. And then it's linked to teleporter systems and replicator systems. So it's not complex and crazy when you think about it. It's not all mystical. There's actually solid technology behind it. So just mental processing and transporter systems and replicator systems, allowing a character to tap a button and to change his appearance at will. Mostly just for clothing. So, to go from, dressed like a pirate, press a button, now I'm dressed like a cowboy, and I can do a cowboy shtick. Well, the cowboy shtick was pretty popular, and I think that is where they really derived the Irvine Kinneas character from. You know, with the duster and the hat, and he's got this shotgun, and he's all goofy. But he is a legend. And he was a teacher at some gardens, Ballum Gardens or something like that. But that was just one aspect of myself, doing a shtick. I was mostly just a retired adventurer bartender. And I loved bartending. I loved meeting everybody. And I still like fighting, but wasn't a whole lot to do. So bartending was always fun. And so I have been Kinneas online since online was online, became online. And as it's grown and become live over the years, I was there during the transitions. When it went from, you would post something, let's say your role play for the day, you'd post it, and then it would appear 10 hours later with everybody else's role play. And then, after a while, a couple of years, we would post something and it would be posted in 10 minutes. Wow, role-playing online really started speeding up. Just text-based role-playing. There wasn't anything like graphical anything at this point in computer time. And then chat was born. Real-time texting. Or close to it. It was still like, there was a small delay in between posts. But basically we were there. And then things really took off because people could roleplay at the speed of thought now, just typing it all in. So we were around, me and my friends and mates, around during the time when all that really took off. And we were at the hottest spots on the internet. There were only a few at that point, a few hot spots. There were less than 500 web pages in the world at this point. Less than 500 websites in the world at this point in time I'm talking about. So there was only a handful of places in the internet people could go and hang out and role play together. So the Kinneas at that time, that's me. So shortly down the road now, when graphical MUDs are starting to come into be. People are just like little floating icons or graphical symbols floating around trying to chat with each other. And I wasn't really big into that, into the graphical role playing, because it was so primitive and I just didn't want to be a floating head and, you know. But that's when my other love started kicking in, as we started having online video games. I was always into gaming, but I was always into Star Trek. From like the age of 3, I have been enamored with Star Trek. And so when there was the first time in the world that we could play a Star Trek game PvP against each other online, oh, I had to be there. And so I was heavily involved with gaming Starfleet Command. But we had no place to hang out after we would finish a fight. So we would get online and we would PvP against each other as starship captains. And that was an amazing time. And then when the games were done, we would all run back to the forum to talk about it. And I'm like, wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to leave the game? What do you mean? Well, it would be great if we could just stay in the game in like a starbase. A bar at a starbase. And continue to chat as characters now that they have things like MUDs. So if we could hang out as our characters on a starbase in a bar after our fights and just hang out and keep talking about Star Trek, wouldn't that be great? Yeah, but that's interesting. So that was the beginning of MMO, right? EverQuest was just starting to become a thought around that time. So anything related to Star Trek at that point in computer history online, that's me. Then they asked us to come together to start discussing creating a Star Trek MMO. There was still debates whether or not to call it an MMO. What do we call it? Are they MMOs? Are they MMEs? What? They had to define the term MMO, not massively multiplayer online experience. MMOE. Cut it down to just MMO. Oh, they want us to go up to 8. I knew it. We have these mountains coming up ahead. But they were going to ask us to go to 8 or climb. Good. No, back. So they asked us to come together and start discussing. This is like 2001. Let's develop a Star Trek MMO. So we invite you all to StarTrek.com, an online forum, to join in the great brainstorm to create Star Trek Online. 9,000 what? 9,100 feet. All right, we're climbing. So I was heavily involved in that. So any posts online going back to 2001 to 2010, that's how long it actually ended up taking. So they're like, yeah, we'll have it together in a couple of years. So in 2001, we believed that it would only take a couple of years for them to get Star Trek Online developed. And one thing after another, and after another, and after another, and after another. Longer than Star Citizen development so far. We sat around talking about what Star Trek Online should be. And at that point, I wanted to continue kind of my activities from an earlier day and kind of just hang out in a bar as a character and when I'm not doing something. And I really wanted to get into playing music and DJing. And so I started promoting the idea of radio and media in Star Trek Online. And I was involved in all these great podcasts, like the Hailing Frequency podcast, the internet's first podcast dedicated to Star Trek gaming. Hi, I'm Kinneas, your co-host. Sometimes host, but mostly co-host. And I produce the Fleet Radio segments and provide the music, as well as co-hosting and doing interviews. And I produce all the art for the podcasts. I produce all the cover art, any titles, logos, website art. I produce all that. So any internet posts, Kinneas, Star Trek, podcasting, Hailing Frequency, STO-Zone, all thoughts and posts, with those keywords, that's all me. Anything to do with Star Trek Online development and other ideas, all the crazy brainstorming ideas that we came up with at the early stages of trying to develop an MMO. Some of the ideas that I've come up with still have yet to be fleshed out. They've tried a couple of them, but it's funny when somebody takes an idea and they don't fully understand the idea, but they run with an idea and they're able to make it successful, but they're not able to do everything that was intended for it to do to remain an amazing thing. And they don't, they don't have the full vision. They don't know where to take a concept. They know enough to take a concept and run with it to a certain place, but they don't know enough after that. They didn't have the vision. So I've seen a lot of ideas, my own and other people's ideas, appear in games, in MMOs, especially Star Trek. And make crossovers into television, but never fully developed properly. They want me to descend, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to trust air traffic control this time. They flew us right into a mountain yesterday. So looking at our image here, and looking at that, I'm not coming down at all. Hell no. No. So, in Microsoft Flight Simulator in general, I don't like autopilot. I don't trust it. Never trust it. So, especially when you're flying at night, if you don't have the charts out and you don't know for a fact the elevations around you, yeah, never trust them. Chances are it's wrong. Yeah, because they want me down to 9. We're at 9.1. Well, now that means go up. The altimeter must be off. Yeah, descend and maintain. See, they're bouncing me all over the place. Now they want 8,600 feet. I was playing a bunch of stuff yesterday. What time is it now? 2:52. Well, we can smoke at the top of the hour. I just like playing this. I just love hearing that little throw up noise at the end. I think that's the only reason why I truly like playing this. Yeah, you gonna play?
It's time to puff, puff, pass. You're listening to the 420 Show on TrekRadio.
Yeah. And that was my show. Yeah, I mean, man, after sitting around from 2001, the year 2000 to 2010, after giving up 10 years of my life to help sit around and wait to develop Star Trek Online, and then it comes out and it's just not even what we wanted. Everything's been a bait and switch with those people. Everything along the way has been bait and switch, bait and switch, bait and switch. And we knew all along, chances were they were going to end up fleecing the community anyway and never deliver the goods. And Star Trek Online, you know, we just put up with it, and we ended up taking it, I think. Taking it in the shorts. So I was all about just relaxing. I don't, you know, at this point, I don't care anymore. I've been here 10 years waiting for this silly thing. And so I just wanted to party at that point and have a good time. I'll go out and shoot them up and do missions and all that other stuff. But for the most part, my role is just now to party. When you're done with your missions, come hang out with us with the bar. We're going to be dancing. All the girls are here. Everybody who's anybody is going to be dancing at a TrekRadio party. And so I like doing the smokers bit.
Music to harmonize your coils to. You're listening to TrekRadio, broadcasting to the UFP and beyond.
I'm tired of these fucking snakes on the fucking starship. Grab the shillelagh.
At the shillelagh.
Red alert. All crew members report to battle stations.
Title attack. All hands battle stations.
You're listening to TrekRadio, broadcasting to the UFP and beyond.
A lot of shooting going on. Yeah, look at how low.
Pásele, no tenga miedo.
Welcome to Colombia.
Suena la cumbia.
Cocaine and cartels. The land of cocaine and cartels.
Señora, todo niño paga. Suena la cumbia. ¿Quiere que le baile el oso? Chicago y California. Perrón.
UFPmedia.com.
Ando con Willy, fumando Philly, tranquilo en la calle en el fotra, haciendo Willy, con par de modelo acompañada de Maripili, y después de eso a comerle fue tu chini. Yo quiero un culo grande, pa' que me rebote, con par de lingote, pa' que me alborote. Yo no me encojono, no me hagan cocote, muchos me frontean como si ellos son bichotes. Yo no me molesto, yo soy tranquilo, mis panas son los violentos. Yo solo digo y se te va a acabar el cuento. Somos reales, no bregamos con insectos. Yo no me molesto, yo soy tranquilo, mis panas son los violentos. Los cueros los tengo pa' pasar el tiempo. Yo no me enamoro, no me hablen de sentimientos, mucho menos de cosas que el corazón no siento. Que amigo es que pa' eso no tengo tiempo. Si pudieran tumbarme, me sacan de mi asiento. Conmigo está jodido, los problemas soy judío. Ayer tumbé al panameo, por fronturi está lucido. Se la pasan fronteando, corren más que un corredor, sabiendo que eres la pera en la fila del comedor. No llegaste a crecer, dándote la del mejor. En la cintura una guitarra, escucha el sonido de Juan Willy, fumando Philly, tranquilo en la calle en el fotra, haciendo Willy, con par de modelo acompañada de Maripili, y después de eso a comerle fue tu chini. Yo quiero un culo grande, pa' que me rebote, con par de lingote, pa' que me alborote. Yo no me encojono, no me hagan cocote, muchos me frontean como si ellos son bichotes. Yo no me molesto, yo soy tranquilo, mis panas son los violentos. Yo solo digo y se te va a acabar el cuento. Somos reales, no bregamos con insectos.
Yeah.
Prepárate para gozar, el entusiasmo va llegando, ya no mires hacia atrás, conéctate con este mundo mundial, ya la pelota va a rodar, toda la hinchada está cantando, mira la fiesta va a empezar, conéctate con este mundo mundial, un país caliente de emociones, explotando las buenas vibraciones, la pasión, la buena energía, alza la mano, muestra toda tu alegría, carnaval cargado de ilusiones, vive la vida sin complicaciones, la pasión, la buena energía, alza la mano, muestra toda tu alegría, prepárate para gozar, el entusiasmo va llegando, ya no mires hacia atrás, conéctate con este mundo mundial, ya la pelota va a rodar, toda la hinchada está cantando, mira la fiesta va a empezar, conéctate con este mundo mundial, mundo mundial, mundo mundial.
1 minute after the hour. Find the Pope in the Gach contest. No Gach! Cheeseburger, cheeseburger! No Coke, Pepsi. UFP Media Network.
Nunca pensé que robarías mi corazón. Me dejaste ilusionada. Tal vez no tenga que preocuparme de nuevo si sientes lo mismo.
Wow. They've got the right idea.
Se cruzó con la mía. No pasó nada, pero mañana es otro día. Love me, come to me, darling. Kiss me, hug me, give me your heart. Dame un beso, no pierdas tiempo, solo acércate un poco más. Feel me, touch me, say that you want me, give me your heart. Esperé por mucho tiempo, te miré desde el balcón.
Yeah. What she said. Oh boy.
Te veo bailando, pero sé que en realidad estás aburrida. Chequeo la hora, aún es temprano. Dime dónde estás, que te caigo enseguida. Y cuando tú vienes a mí, es que yo me pongo así.
Gotta make sure the oxygen's on.
angélica.
Far out.
Recojo la llave y me subo a la moto. Que no se te olvide que hoy voy dispuesto a todo. Me mando una foto al privado, ya con un trago en la mano. La cosa va marchando poco a poco. Y ya puedo ver.
What a beautiful place to live.
Ese caminar que a mí me tiene enredado. Y eso no te voy a negar. Quiero todo de ti algo más. Te voy a llevar donde nadie te ha llevado. Cuando tú vienes a mí, ahí es que yo me pongo así.
What a view.
Como loco. Ya falta poco pa' que tú y yo bailen voces de dembow.
It'll be a hell of a drive up there. Surprised they didn't build on that ledge. Maybe they wanted the shade. They want to get cooked up there. Smart. This is that rock they were talking about. I would imagine. Pause there for just a moment. So we're here. Well, that's not the rock formation, but that is an interesting one. They have one of them out here. I missed all that. So was this the little town we were just looking at? Doesn't even look right from there. But we passed over a prison overlooking the city of Medellin in Colombia. The prison was built to specifications ordered by Medellin cartel leader Pablo Escobar. What? That's crazy. According to this map, it doesn't even look like the place we just were. I think that little town was built like on this side of that rim. That's it there then. Well, I'm surprised we're not getting any readouts on any of these particular structures around us. But let's go back to the simulator. That's some... I think we might be in the Andes. But look at some of these spires that just stick up. Can't zoom out anymore. There we go. I guess I can. Like where they put the torches for Gondor, you know? Look, there's one over there. And there's one over there. I don't see any others that are that sharp. They're like teeth. Like big canines sticking out of the ground. They want us to come down to 9,500 feet. No, thank you. Do 15 minutes after the hour. Wow. Wow. We lost the stream? Yeah, I don't know what happened. One moment. What did happen? OBS crashed, I think. I'm not really certain. I looked up and in that screenshot and it says nothing was happening there. Wow, that's a neat view too. Oh. Save that for a second. I'm all over the place. I'm trying to look through old folders, see if I can put stuff up, kind of like a show and tell. I want to do like put together a little show and tell, or put up some stuff to visually explain what some of the things that I've been doing. And looking for the 420 bumper again. I hope I did a better job of organizing things in the past. Once I shut down all the radio stations, I just started throwing everything from every folder I could find into just one file. One folder mostly. So stuff is all over the place. So I was, now that I want to come back and like present things, I can't find anything. I know I played one of these yesterday. That's the long one.
You love William Shatner. You admire his many and varied talents. You wish you could hang out with him. Admit it, you want to be William Shatner, and now you can. Almost. Shatner's world is filled with stories from my illustrious life and career. You will discover and experience how I became William Shatner. Bigger than any role I've ever played, because let's face it, it is Shatner's world, isn't it?
To get 20% off on Shatner's World tickets, enter the code KIRK when purchasing from the Shatner's World website.
He went around and did that stuff with Terry Bradshaw and Henry Winkler, and I really don't think he should have stopped doing Shatner's World. Anyway, I'm struggling to find it, and I haven't found it at this point. That'll work.
Who smokes cigarettes anymore? Vaping is the way to go these days. And who knows vaping better than the Benzites? Benzar vaporizers are so good they are the official Starfleet issued brand for any being needing supplemental gas requirements for respiration. Hands-free models mount right on your chest and have adjustable arms for perfect placement. So whether it's for survival or merely recreational, get a Benzar brand vaporizer.
Get flagged for that one.
Are you tired of your old tinfoil hat not being able to shield you from exotic energies? Also, few hats or headgear can stop mind-controlling anionic energies. What you need, my friend, is hats and headgear from Faraday. Faraday fabrics have been shielding pros for centuries and are the only headgear that can stop mind control. So, for peace of mind, literally, get a Faraday.
I'm protected 'cause I made this hat.
Right. Absolutely.
Todos bailan, todos gozan, el sabor con calentura. Sonera, te traigo lo que llevo. Sonero, la rumba que yo quiero. Sonera, te traigo lo que llevo. Sonero, la rumba que yo quiero. Sonero va a bailar. Si sos sonero va a gozar. Si sos sonero va a bailar. Si sos sonero va a gozar. Sobre la cadera a mi ritmo de son. Empegado la melaza de flow. Con mi corillo y mi marcha yo voy. Que me gusta, que me gozo, yo me pego bien sabroso. Ratatán que la rumba se goza. Ratatán como una yazarosa. Ratatán es el único flow. Give me some more tea. Si sos sonero va a bailar. Si sos sonero va a gozar. Si sos sonero va a bailar. Si sos sonero va a gozar. Sobre la cadera a mi ritmo de son. Empegado la melaza de flow. Con mi corillo y mi marcha yo voy. Que me gusta, que me gozo, yo me pego bien sabroso. Ratatán que la rumba se goza. Ratatán como una yazarosa. Ratatán es el único flow. Give me some more tea. Sonera, te traigo lo que llevo. Sonero, la rumba que yo quiero. Sonera, te traigo lo que llevo. Sonero, la rumba que yo quiero.
Man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's fantastic. Isn't that great? It's fantastic scenery. This and areas of Mexico make the trip so worth it when you see stuff like this. Being a Colorado boy, I'm in love. I'm a mountain person.
TrekRadio.
Tu cintura y el precio nunca baja, tiene la cabeza dura, pero no me importa, tengamos una aventura, esta está bien buena, yo le hago todo el Kama Sutra, tú nomás apunta donde quieres ir y vamos, no te preocupes, tengo casa en cada estado, cuando usas tu cabeza sacas muy buenos grados, discúlpeme, agáchate, se me cayeron los dados, no me importa lo que digan, venga acá, usted es mía, no me importa, lo que diga, venga acá, usted es mía, dámelo, el billete, ese cuerpo, dámelo, el billete, ese cuerpo, dámelo, el billete, ese cuerpo. No te miento, el dinero me vuelve loco. Si tú piensas que trabajo gratis, come un moco. Si tú piensas que me la gana, sácate un ojo. Mira cómo me mira, es el aviso de un mojo. Mirando la abuela al tiempo, y de veras no lo siento. Miren ese movimiento, me trae bien despierto. Yo no traigo miedo, solo traigo fiero. Apunto y disparo y la dejo en cero. Dámelo. El billete, ese cuerpo, dámelo. El billete, ese cuerpo, dámelo. El billete, ese cuerpo.
Music to harmonize your coils to. You're listening to TrekRadio, broadcasting to the UFP and beyond.
Just feeling nostalgic today.
Ay, cuando estoy pensando en ti, todo es felicidad. Y aún en ultramar, yo te debo lealtad. Es porque algo haya pasado. Lo que pasa es que te extraño. De la luna al mar. Ay, no puedo evitar sentirme solo como para variar. No busco una esperanza, solo busco caminar. No es porque todo haya acabado. Lo que pasa es que sin ti me canso de respirar. Hey, ay, oh. Hey, ay, oh. Nunca supimos cómo comenzar ni cómo terminar. Y al recordar su gran amor, el corazón no sienta nada, se lo prohíbo, lo prohíbo. La playa y el mar eran la analogía de tu mirar. Ahora ya no son nada, Y a tu lado, baby, no quiero estar. Y en mi reflexión giro y vuelvo a la misma conclusión, que por los golpes que nos dimos los dos quedan cicatrices en el interior. Perdóname, no había otra manera de
That's real time, but I can't make things out, so I am turning off live weather in real time at the moment.
Me he ocupado a dormir, pensé en lo ideal. Sé que sabes más a mí, mi vida eres integral. Lentamente descubrí tu mente excepcional. Tus palabras recibí, me consuelas especial. 24/7 te siento, en teléfono invierto mi tiempo. Te digo como te lamento, toda la noche atento. Separado pero tu cuerpo, contigo el tiempo no lo cuento. Tu autoestima incremento, toda la noche atento. Toda la noche pero yo sé que me quiere, mi corazón lo siente y mi sangre hierve, aunque a veces no me entiende. Obviamente la apoyo, quiero que sepa que la quiero y sin palabras la entiendo. Siempre daré todo lo que tengo.
You love playing the Nintendo.
Descansado sin dormir por solo pensar en ti, y me cuesta impedir, me empiezas a fascinar. Contigo me siento mí, sin tener que inventar. Contigo reasumí y me pongo personal. 24/7 te siento, en teléfono invierto mi tiempo. Te digo como te lamento, toda la noche atento. Separado pero en tu cuerpo, contigo el tiempo no lo cuento. Tu autoestima incremento, toda la noche atento. Pero yo sé que me quiere, mi corazón lo siente y mi sangre hierve, aunque a veces no me entiende. Obviamente la apunto, quiero que sepa que la quiero y sin palabras la entiendo. Siempre daré todo lo que tengo, pero yo sé que me quieres, mi corazón lo siente y mi sangre hierve, aunque a veces no me entiendes. Obviamente la apoyo, quiero que sepa que la quiero y sin palabras te entiendo. Siempre daré todo lo que tengo.
48 minutes after the hour, Santiago de Cali. Next place on our place on the map here. Sorry. So at one point, when I was doing all my radio stuff towards the end, I was spending a lot of time in the flight simulator as opposed to doing my radio shows in Star Trek Online. I mean, I'd been doing them we were doing them in beta before Star Trek Online actually launched, and like 2 months before it launched, we were in there testing out, doing radio stuff for it with SUBSPACE Radio. And so that was 2010. So, and then I pretty much broadcast, 8 or more hours a day in Star Trek Online, doing the dance shows, providing entertainment, up till 2017, 2018. And I haven't really been back since. With politics, everybody went crazy, myself included. Look, nobody's perfect. But I kind of want to go back, and I've got a lifetime membership. There's really no hurry. So if I take some time off, a couple of years. But I've been thinking recently about going back into Star Trek Online and doing some shows in there again. Now, what I was getting to is when I kind of ended over there, because I was spending so much time in the flight simulator, when I would do a show, I would declare that I was broadcasting from my holodeck. Right? It's so, the idea is that it's so easy in the future to fly a starship. 5 people can fly a starship. And if it really came down to it, desperate, one person could do it. Scotty. Right? Scotty proved that at least 5 can actually operate an entire starship. If something goes wrong, you still don't have all the people to fix stuff, go into a bad situation. But if you just got to get from one point to another, 1 to 5, 1 to 4, 1 to 5. Your bridge crew. But again, an engineer can do it from engineering with sins. So I know I'm starting to talk like really advanced Star Trek, which wasn't even in Star Trek Online. But there's a system in engineering called SINS. Sins. And an engineer actually can make a starship move from point A to point D just by plugging in the coordinates in SINS and using the Civil Spaceways beam system. It's very much like GPS. As a matter of fact, it's a lot like GPS. It's pretty much the exact same thing, but in space. Right? In the GPS, you have all these points you can plug in. Right? And you follow, and then it creates these vectors for you to follow. Right? But we're going from point to point. And you can plug these in. And it's no different than a starship. Out in space, they have the Civil Spaceways beam system, which the United Federation of Planets established throughout the areas, right? And so it works just like that. So you plug in a coordinate or the ICAO of a destination, whatever, and your starship will do exactly what the plane is doing. It'll follow a beam that's running from, it's like a VOR. That too, exactly like a VOR. Anyway, so when I was saying that I was broadcasting in the holodeck, I would talk about stuff like that. Like, it's so easy for all of us right now, all of you listening, it's so easy for you to just take your starship and fly here and fly there, and everything's so automated and easy. Fire all phasers, fire everything, tap, 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 right? But I said I wanted to go back and learn how to fly like early humans did. I wanted to fly. I didn't want to just, and I'm kind of back to just being automated here with these flights. we end up back in the same spot. But got to learn it all, right? The evolution of it. And so I'm now back to the point where, you know, Earthbound systems are very much like the systems in the United Federation of Planet Space. Exactly. So for humans to then, when you get into space, for it to be easy for you to travel around, you know, it's the same thing. There won't be any problems. You won't have a hard time moving here and there. So, yeah, I wanted to learn how to fly, so I spent all my time in the holodeck learning to fly, the way the early humans did. And, yeah, so now I'm thinking about hopping back out of the holodeck, letting everybody know what I mean, still want to do shows in here. Maybe do some shows over there again. That's what I'm getting at. Ah, the things I can teach them now about flying. Conversations we can have about navigation and moving about.
Yo te conocí cantando, tu mirada se me clavó y no pudiste evitar cantando la sonrisa que te salió. Conectamos en el momento, mami, así pasó. La sonrisa que me clavaste fue la que le electrizó. Terminando el concierto la busqué, anoté su número y me lo memoricé. Concretamos encontrarnos en la capital y así nació nuestro amor temporal. Recuerdo, me contabas de tu vida, el trabajo, tus amigas, los bailes, la rutina. Recuerdo, me besabas con desesperación porque antes de mí te habían roto el corazón. You, baby, eres la que me domina. Dios en el amor. You, baby, claro. I saw you while you were singing, eyes as bright as the sun, and I couldn't stop from singing. Baby, let's have some fun. I knew right at that moment, baby, you'd be mine. The smile you gave me, you know it drove me wild. Si fue una historia más en tu vida, quiero me recuerdes como una de las buenas, de lo bien que la pasamos cuando nos amamos, esas veces que borrachos nos entregamos al placer. You, baby, eres la que me domina. You, baby, eres la que me domina. You, baby, eres la que me domina. You, baby, yo te conocí cantando, tu mirada se me clavó y no pudiste evitar cantando la sonrisa que te salió. Conectamos en el momento, mami, así pasó. La sonrisa que me clavaste fue la que electrizó. Perdóname por no saber diferenciar entre un amor y una amiga de verdad. Perdóname si te causé tanto dolor, no fue mi culpa. Soy un idiota en el amor. Tú, nena, eres la que me domina. Dios en el amor. You, baby, you. Soy un idiota en el amor.
All right, nearing the top of another hour. The 100th live stream.
Mami, yo me pongo nervioso cuando toco tu cuerpo. Es que estás volviéndome loco por sacarte de acá. Mami, yo me pongo nervioso cuando toco tu cuerpo. Es que estás volviéndome loco por sacarte de acá. Los nervios me matan, tú me encantas. De este güey, tú eres la capitán. ¿Cuál ruta vamos a tomar? Esta noche es nuestra mía y tuya. Que la música correcta, la luz perfecta. Y tú, una belleza total. Que la vibra correcta y la luz perfecta. Cuando la música suena, Mami, yo me pongo nervioso cuando toco tu cuerpo. Es que estás volviéndome loco por sacarte de acá. Mami, yo me pongo nervioso cuando toco tu cuerpo. Es que estás volviéndome loco por sacarte de acá. Me provoco de tu boca y poco a poco me tocas. Bajando lentamente te empiezo a susurrar. Me pongo nervioso como la mujer. No aguanto la canción. Ya me tienes. Me pongo nervioso como la mujer. No aguanto otra rola. Tú ya me tienes. Mami, yo me pongo nervioso cuando toco tu cuerpo. Es que estás volviéndome loco por sacarte de acá. Mami, yo me pongo nervioso cuando toco tu cuerpo. Es que estás volviéndome loco por sacarte de acá. Me provoco de tu boca y poco a poco me tocas. Bajando lentamente te empiezo a susurrar.
Getting mighty red around here. I wonder if that is iron. I wish I knew jack about geology, another discipline. That we could say, oh my. Oh, look at the abundance of resources here. Got some bright red and deep red. Some of the deep reds in there. A creepy song. Demon babies. The hell is this? I'm going to use my superpower, and I'm going to speed up time. We're already after 4 o'clock, and I don't want this to extend too long, so... we're going to engage warp. Wow. You do it, Glenn.
Tírate de cabeza, el mal humor desaparecerá.
vas a ir cuando nadie te ve, porque estás aburrido. Azul y blanco en la espuma del mar, azul y blanco en la espuma del mar, azul y blanco en la espuma del mar. Si te vas a ir cuando nadie te ve, porque estás aburrido. Azul y blanco en la espuma del mar, azul y blanco en la espuma del mar, azul y blanco en la espuma del mar.
Yeah. Well, used to be. I used to be. I will forever be. It is me. Getting mighty close. I don't like it. I'm going higher. Nine minutes after the hour, flying over the Andes still. Assuming these are all still the Andes. Doot.
Disimula como no le importa nada. Se delata solo con una mirada. Me le pego y ella se pega quien la para.
6,000.
Conmigo tú te vas apenas son las 10. No quiere parar porque no puede. Chiqui, ya me la voy a comer. Ella vino para saciar la sed.
Con flow bien guía, se hace la difícil como la demás. No te hagas más, esa mentira dice que ya eres mía. Dale mi amor, esto se baila lento, más pegadito, salvaje, violento. Rozamos la obsesión, es lo que siento, olvida los sentimientos, yeah. Yo siempre te lo meto más que él. Yo puedo borrarte como él. Y tú, sé que tú quieres jugar también, yeah. Y tú, no te acordarás jamás de él.
Olvídase pana, mamita. Vamos a ser aquello que siempre te excita. Esta noche voy a comerte todita. Me gusta como gritas, ey. Un pasito pa'lante más lento. Tu cuerpo me pide más duro, lo siento. Ay no me mientas, no te hagas.
Very
sé que
nice.
no eres una mala.
Con flow bien guía, se hace la difícil como la demás. No te hagas más, esa mentira dice que ya eres mía. Dale mi amor, esto se baila lento, más pegadito, salvaje, violento. Rozamos la obsesión, es lo que siento, olvida los sentimientos, yeah. Yo siempre te lo meto más que él. Yo puedo borrarte como él. Y tú, sé que tú quieres jugar también, yeah. Y tú, no te acordarás jamás de él. Y yo siempre te lo meto más que él. Yo puedo borrarte como él. Y tú, sé que tú quieres jugar también, yeah. Y tú, no te acordarás jamás de él.
It's time to puff pass. You're listening to the 420 show on TrekRadio.
Well, look at the time. Oh, look at the time, ladies and gentlemen. It is exactly 4:20 here in the Midwest. Still freezing cold here in Colorado, but where we're flying, ooh, doesn't that look nice and warm? Anyway, it is time for the smoke break. Cheers. This is the 100th live stream. Me doing the SKYDUDE thing. So SKYDUDE, after the noob flights, once I graduated from being a noob, a total noob anyway, I'll always be a noob until I do it for real. But I'm at the point where now giving lessons and doing instructional videos and yada yada yada. So started SKYDUDE, and I had Neo fly to do the career stuff, and so started a career, and I haven't been back into Star Trek since, but I'm thinking about it. Still have a lot of old friends that are still playing over there, and I've been thinking about it. And I have tied these two things together, the simulator and my shows over there, but by saying that I'm in the holodeck. So, where are you, Kinneas? How come you're not on the dance floor with us? Well, I'm broadcasting from inside my holodeck, where I'm continuing to learn about real Earth flying and what it requires, and it's been going well for the last couple of years. And hopefully, but we're going into another really heated political time, and I really hopefully don't want to get involved in any of that, because it made everybody really ugly in the community, and everybody started hating on one another, and a lot of hate on me because, hey, I'm not necessarily voting the way that you're voting, and I'm sorry that you felt that it was strong enough that we can't even be friends anymore. So hopefully everybody's either mellowed out or, come to realize some things, and it's maybe okay to go back in there again and consider doing some shows. So after I've been thinking about that through this whole show, about loading it back up and going in there, and what kind of show do I want to do, and do I even have to be there? I mean, I can be there, be standing there, but still be even doing this and say, you want to watch the stream? This is actually what I'm doing. This is my virtual persona that you're seeing, broadcasting music and all from here at whatever Drazana station or wherever. Deep Space Nine, that was always a favorite. But if they want to tune in, see what I'm doing, they maybe, I don't know. Just thinking and thinking. Anyway, I made it to the 100th show of this stream series, SKYDUDE, and I plan to continue. This is my very first multi-leg cross countries flight. Anyway, my first flights ever coming this far south. I've never done this before, never been here before. And I thought, since we're going south down to Mexico, initially just to hunt for some good tamales, just decided, let's just keep going. At least we can say we've done it now. At least one side of going down to South America. I guess we can come up the other side. And then we're going to go to Europe. Again, territory that, as I've been training, there's been no need for me to be so adventurous. So I haven't spent hardly any time flying the world. But we're going to move our base for a while over to Europe, and we're going to hang out with some German fellows to start with, Hans and Henning. And they're very into gliding, and they do it for real in the real world. And we're going to practice a lot of gliding over there in their territory and do some cross countries and discover Europe. And we're going to even attempt a cross country in a glider. It can be done. There are gentlemen on YouTube right now that prove it. They're experts in gliding, and they understand the weather and winds so well they can plan cross countries. So you can bet we're going to be studying weather a lot as we attempt to do that in the future. I also have a big interest in what's going on in the world of The Sims. I was a Maxis fan before, years and years and years before Sims was even a thought as Dollhouse. And so I have a long interest in their goings on. And as they move into the future, what's going to happen with them, with more and more people creating live sim games and using cool things like Unreal Engine 5, where they can provide all the things that Maxis has been able to provide since 1996, and they've chosen not to. That's a really sad case of a gaming company that has everything in it within its ability to deliver the most amazing computing gaming experiences we've ever seen, and they've demonstrated it. And then not to provide the people with those products to do what they demoed that they could do. So it's been a real joy and shame supporting Maxis all these years and all through the iterations of The Sims. And if they die as a company, I'm not going to be too terribly sad about it. Because, again, they could have delivered all of those great things, which people now, with Unreal Engine 5 and other great modern engines, they will be able to deliver everything that Maxis withheld and EA has withheld from the sim community. And when I mean Sims, I mean everything that Will Wright created. Every single sim title that was under the Maxis domain. And then they temporarily, and nothing is dead forever, but they said that they killed SimCity. And for all intents and purposes, people aren't going to buy it. They did kill it. But anything can come back. So I'm paying really close attention to what's going on with Maxis right now. If they're going to now say, okay, you're right, we now have the compute power to deliver unto you all of those amazing things that we promised back to 1996, and to bring all the experiences together, And so that would mean them bringing back SimCity, SimCopter, Streets of SimCity, at least all in concept, to deliver to the SimCity and Sims community. The Sims community keeps asking for greater and greater and greater gameplay, and Maxis hasn't delivered. And what they want, what they're asking for in bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger gameplay stuff, it was all what would have been available with Streets of SimCity, SimCopter, all the above. I think we're getting close. Let's hop back in. So my point with all that is, I would like to continue doing, and we're not there yet, continue doing live streams in The Sims and any future Sims stuff. So it's going to be an interesting year. And if you're interested in any of that, and you haven't yet liked and subscribed, please do. I have a perspective. There's so many gamers out there right now, and so many young people getting into gaming, and they're getting into YouTube, and they have big YouTube channels. What makes me different is they don't have a point of reference. They don't know anything about those old Sim games. They only know about The Sims. They've only been playing Maxis games since The Sims. There are so many videos out there where they talk about the creation of The Sims, and they're like, and the creator, Will Wright, created The Sims here, and they never mention all of the other Sim games that Maxis created. They just forget they exist. And Maxis has kind of contributed to that, because like with other titles, they'll do re-releases and master replications so that runs on every gaming system, but they haven't re-released SimCity Classic, any of the SimCity games as remasters. They've never remastered Streets of SimCity, nothing. They've never leveraged all of their other great titles to ensure that they run on different platforms and stay relevant as people get into retro gaming and everything else. Silly. It's just one of the worst, seemingly worst managed companies in history, other than the people that manage Star Trek stuff. Pretty sad. Anyway, bottom of the hour. I need to get a drink before we come in for a landing.
UFPM.
That's close for comfort. Welcome to Peru. Home of ancient aliens. Oh, yes. Keeping you in the loop, UFP Media Network. Right? 4:34 in the afternoon, Kinneas broadcasting for the United Federation of Planets. UFP Media. Another life. Yeah. I've had a great and illustrious career. I got shot on the Enterprise. That's still illustrious. I was on the Enterprise anyway. Talking about. I was a red shirt on James T. Kirk's Starship Enterprise when the Romulans ambushed us. So Spock had just worked his way and was on a secret mission with the Romulans, and he ended up stealing their cloaking technology. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, so when the Enterprise, we were trying to escape, the Romulans ended up bringing their systems back online quick enough, and they caught us and they ambushed us, and they sent over multiple boarding parties and started laying waste to the Enterprise. And I was standing in a corridor with Captain Kirk, and I got shot. I think the plane's going down. I don't know what's going on.
Autopilot.
Throttle, come on. What's going on? Wow. The aliens got us, folks. Everything was fine. The aliens got us. I'm sticking to it. There was nothing wrong. We should have still had plenty of fuel. I guess maybe not, but I did do an emergency repair. And still couldn't bring it under control. So I have an emergency button on my keyboard in case something goes terribly wrong to make sure that she's repaired and refueled. And so that's why I'm sticking with it, that the aliens got us. Because I had tapped it, raised the nose, make sure we had plenty of throttle, and she wouldn't recover. So strange goings on, my friends. So we're going to go ahead and take it to where we were going anyway, and go ahead and move. Let's go back to the main menu and move us to Lima, Peru. That sucks. Well, I can still do the landing. But I was mentioning that we are in the home of ancient aliens, if you're into any of that stuff or believe it, any of it. But when, it's totally possible for people, humans, to have done what is been seen down there and what exists down there. I mean, some of the things are still confusing. These large megalithic stonework stuff. And all their, like the Nazca stuff down here. Nazca's not too far from here, I believe. But I don't know that any of that can be seen in the simulator. I know that I have it early on went looking for it and didn't. And which keeps me begging over there in the forums for the Ancient Aliens for History Channel to hook up with Microsoft and do Ancient Aliens, the locations, because none of the pyramids are done down here. Dun-dun-dun. That's where we were going. Let's start our flight. And the terrain looks familiar. We were right there. Right there. We were coming in. I think we were coming around these right over here. I think we lost it in here somewhere. All right, so let's set us up out here. And set up for landing here. That was the runway we were going to use. Set this for IFR. Instrument flight rules. Correct. Coach 16. Wow. We don't want to do that. These are SIDS and stars. So if we were coming from this direction, this would be the approach that we would want. We were coming in from the east. That's what this is. So the beautiful thing about Microsoft Flight Simulator, it does include real-world SIDS and stars, standard instrument departures, and standard terminal arrivals. So if you want to really fly like the pros and fly the actual routes, it's beautiful for that. So let's look at this one here. Yeah, this would be the one. This is more like what we're coming from. You know, we would want something like this if we were coming from the north. There's the entry point in here. That's awful far out. That's... Nope, this is if we were coming from the south. Let's clear this. Right, that was that one, the east. That's way too far out. It doesn't look so bad. Starts us out here. See what we get. Wow. It's not at all where I thought we'd come in at. Can't see if we have autopilot on or not. Nope. It is not. And gear down, gears down. Flaps.
beso, amor. Pégate, mi corazón.
Pues.
Pégate y dame un beso, amor. Pégate, mi tentación.
Pues.
Y tiéntame que yo te tiento a ti. Qué tentación que eres tú. Y tiéntame que yo te tiento a ti. Qué tentación que eres tú.
Pégate.
Y tiéntame que yo te tiento a ti. Qué tentación que eres tú. Y tiéntame que yo te tiento a ti. Qué tentación que eres tú.
Pégate.
All right, well, that was nice. It did actually set us up close to the runway. I thought we would spawn in a lot farther out. No ILS here. I have to fly it in by hand. Welcome to Lima, Peru. Thank you for flying Kin Airways today. The 100th live stream. Give or take one or two here or there. Rudder control has given out. Don't really have any rudder authority at the moment. Oh well. here's where we needed to be anyway. Got a little bit of right. Little.
Ciudad, lo que es la ciencia de esta humanidad, lo que en mi vida es crueldad. Lo que es ahora es de gritar, lo que es la gana de este drogar, lo que es mi alma no puedo amar. Solo pobreza, bebe cerveza, emborracharse. No hay esperanza ni ilusión, solo la rumba, qué perdición. Pero la bomba puede explotar, pero la gente puede matar. Siento que llega un nuevo huracán. Hasta mañana, quiero bailar. Quiero bailar. Quiero bailar. Quiero bailar.
Keeping you in the loop, UFP Media Network.
Oh, how I wish that were true. Oh, how I wish that were true. Now it's UFP Media keeping you out of the loop. Because Kinneas was blacklisted from a very communist Marxist Star Trek community, right? So now I'm keeping myself and you out of the loop where UFP media is concerned. I have no idea what's going on in the realm of UFP politics, UFP news. Well, basically just Star Trek. I don't know what's going on. I don't watch any of the new stuff. I mean, it really became that hostile that turning a lifelong Star Trek kid who's been involved with Star Trek since, 3 years old, and then spending a decade or more in the Star Trek community, directly contributing to the development of Star Trek gaming and other things. Just the joy of spending my time in my favorite community, and the joy of wanting to live in it, and then go on to create all the radio stations for it. Basically, all the original radio stations that were created directly for Star Trek Online, especially the ones with role playing in mind. Those are all my creations. I had co-creators help me. I had a lot of people. You always need people helping you. But as the person who started them, where they all originated from, that's me. And so, they changed. They became really mean and nasty, claiming to be righteous at the same time, and not seeing in themselves what they are, what they're doing, the way they treated everybody. So why would I consider going back? I'm not sure. Just nostalgia, really. See if everybody's chilled out, but we're going into a really hot period politically again. So I don't know that anything will have changed, but I'm kind of thinking about giving it a shot again. So I might be doing some of my SKYDUDE shows over there. I don't know. I might start the holodeck up. I don't know what I'm going to do. Playing everything by ear. So, yeah. Let me close up this 100th live stream. And it's been great. And we've made our way to Peru. And tomorrow we could probably make it all the way down to the end in Venezuela, right? I mean, we made it from Panama. We went all the way from Panama out to Cartagena, go hang out with Joan Wilder, and then we swung all the way back down and made it to here in that time. So yeah, we could probably make good time tomorrow and skirt all of this now and make it down here. But then there's still, I don't know, maybe we'll take that jump from here and just at least say that we made it to the tip of the end of the world, Antarctic down here. Too darn cold for me though. And then we need to go hang out with the Germans. So moving into the future, that's the roadmap, is we're going to be coming to start out in Germany and make it home base for a while. And start doing some of that. That's what I wanted. All right. So cheers. What is today? Tuesday, January 16th. So yeah, I don't believe anything is going to interfere with being around at 1 p.m. tomorrow, same time. Hello. Yes. Alrighty, I just finished up. I had to run late.
Okay, well, still annoyed.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
Hey.
Bye-bye.